discuss them in depth, and once you go back, you have a good sense of what needs to be done. To make things easy, we would have selected work plan presentations. Not everyone will have the chance, but we know you are ready. So it could be cha-cha collection in terms of someone will have to present and some won't, but it could be random to some extent. So we are having conversations with you. So please be ready to present your work plans. I'm reiterating that we would like each IP to have a shopping list based on our suggested priority areas. But please prioritize within your shopping list so that if, for example, we are giving you 30,000 USD, you prioritize the ones that 30,000 USD will cover, but still have the detailed work plan budget for the other interventions or activities. Because anything can happen. Maybe after Alhaji Mohammed silver collection, we have extra money. So we'll be able to fund them going forward. But if you don't have a plan, you will plan to fail. So we want to make sure that you have on the work plans all the interventions or activities that we would like, but prioritize them, list them according to priorities based on the budget ceilings that we gave. So without further ado, I'd like to call on JP to please give us a summary of yesterday's meeting, following which we will have the Buga dance and the presentations. So over to you, JP.
Thank you very much, Dr. And good morning. Yes, so I'll quickly go through the discussion that took place yesterday. Mainly, we took presentations on work plan management policy by Mr. Mutaru Idrisu, and then there was also the presentation on monitoring and evaluation schedules by Mr. Rikoka. So the discussions around the work plan management policy had to do with the fact that we agree that the work plan is the sole mechanism for budgeting and it's very important in the activity we are undertaking. And it also provides clarity on the ability of the IP to prove claim of fact and also sub-IPs who are heavily challenged with VAT issues. So this became a crux of the entire presentation, I should say, because there was a lot of discussion around VAT. But mainly the discussion was that IPs should ensure that in the planning or budgeting, they consider or factor in all the VAT costs so that there are no issues, because the laws of Ghana require that we pay VAT. So the country representative also intervened at some point to bring clarity to this issue. So the next presentation was on the M&E work plan schedules by Mr. Okra. He mainly touched on the need to look at results rather than effort, because it's results that we are going to actually also achieving results is important for UNFPA because of our communication with our donors. When donors provide funds, what they really look out for is results, whether impact they make. And so these key terms in monitoring evaluation were discussed, the baseline, the indicators, impact, and all of these. So we mainly agreed that we're going to ensure that the activities we're going to draw will align with the output of the 8-country program, which are namely quality of care, adolescents and youth, and also quality of care, adolescents and youth, and also gender and social norms. So these are the output areas that are activities that we're going to come from. The next thing that followed was for all the IPs to go and draw the work plans or draft the work plans which are going to be presented. So I think I already have a lot to say. I did this with my colleagues in Park and also Felix. If I've left anything, kindly add it to the recap I just gave. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, JP. So, Ahmed, are we ready? I'm also giving us enough time because, as mentioned, there will be a selection of work plans presented. So we are having side conversations in terms of who gets to present. So in the meantime, Ahmed will be DJ and give us a song. Those who are so inclined to join in the dance, you would love it. If not, for your listening pleasure. Okay. So who is that? Lee, where's Lee? Not ARHR. My dancing mates. Please, shall we all be upstanding? Even if you won't dance, I want people to stand up. When you have the mic, it's easy to request things. So please, can we have everybody stand up? Please, laptops can be suspended for a minute. Please, shall we all stand up? Ahmed, let us hear it well. Shall we please be all upstanding? If not, I'll play the national anthem. That's what you've been forced to as a patriot. Okay. So, Ahmed. Boom, boom, boom. We need a boom box. Come on. It's right behind us. Thank you. Lord, please, I want people to go down. If you can't, just do your arm that way. Okay. Shall we? Hey, oh, I see someone's waist moving already. Hey, wake up. Hey. Please get a pack if you want to. Oh, people. Hey. Oh, you've been wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Let's not go and thank you so much. Thank you for indulging us. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you. Very good, very good. So are we ready to present? Okay, shall I kind of have the attention of the focal person for Jen, also that for GSS, Ghana Statistical Service. If the focal person will kindly see Madame Delaglaise, she's waving her hand. If you are here, please see Dela immediately. She needs to consult with you, please. Then also, those who have not registered for today, please do us the honors. We need to account for your presence here. So please see Martha outside at the registration desk to have that procedure completed. Thank you so much. So we will start with the national implementing partners and have the privilege of inviting Dr. Barnabas Yeboah, our big director, to please come forward and present the Ministry of Health work plan for 2023. But before he does, or as he prepares, I really need to sound this. It's not a platform for us to be unduly critical. This is a draft work plan. It's a learning opportunity because there are certain things that you find you probably did the same thing. And so whatever guidance that we will provide is for everybody. So even though Dr. Yabua will be here making the presentation, we are hoping so it's an opportunity for us to learn from each other. And please, I would entreat you, if there are concerns that you had, please don't just talk amongst yourselves. Now you have the ears of everyone, their eyes as well. Bring them up for discussion so that when we leave, we are all on the same page and not, oh, I wish UNFPA had done this, or I wish I had taken this note from another IP's experience. So let's kindly be fully engaged in this exercise and be respectful when you give any comments or feedback, because we are all learning. So on that note, I'll kindly suggest, thank you. I'll kindly suggest that if you are nominated to present your work plan, you kindly see our IT colleagues that's on the third desk or sitting area table. See Kuku, he's waving his hand, or Ahmed. So please see them and give them your presentation so that we have a seamless flow in terms of the presentations when you are called upon. So currently, the national IPs, the presentations will be made by the Ministry of Health, and then the second one will be by the Ghana Statistical Service. So once Dr. Yabua is able to finalize that with the IT colleagues, we will zoom into that presentation. So in the meantime, please be mindful, you have those tabs on the Excel sheet. We'll be looking at the detailed budget, we'll be looking at the milestones and M&E schedules. So please take note of those key areas. And once again, let's be respectful, polite, and I still be critical, but in a way that will not be offensive. So I understand that it's short time. After all the buga, we will have to replace or replenish our energy. So we'll have the presentation by the Ministry of Health first. Then we would have our snack break, followed by GSS's presentation. Are we okay? Almost there?
We are trying.
We are trying. Okay, since it might take a bit of time, we can have a snack break now.
No. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. In the meantime, can I just get some feedback? So far, what do you think? What are some of the things that you've been experiencing in terms of the development of the work plans? Maybe 1 or 2 comments in the meantime, unless you are busy still wrapping up. No feedback. Lee, I see you looking at me. Do you have any feedback? Oh, yes, I want to go there. Okay, so nothing for now. Good. No news is always good news. Okay, I'm going to use my discretion here. So since SNAC is ready and MOH is still working with IT, I'll suggest we have 10 minutes snack break, and then we come back, and then we have the presentations flowing seamlessly. So we have 10 minutes snack break. It's 11:27, but I'll say 11:30. So we'll reconvene at 11:40 11:30. So please, shall we go have our snack break? 11:40. Please come back. Let's have our plenary sessions or our presentations. Enjoy your snack. Maybe the next one. Yes. Just like the dance for that. Bueno, it's okay. Welcome. Oh, that's I think for that. I think
Yes. Sorry. Which one?
That's okay.
Oh, right. I kind of wonder if you know who are.
Oh, of course.
It wouldn't necessarily be something, but I would.
Try it. Don't get fit.
To assess how.
I'll leave it to his discretion to choose one activity on the work plan. Then we'll look at the detail. And then we will go to the M&A schedule. So over to you, Dr. Iwa. Please give him some energy by giving him a round of applause.
You want the policy? This is haircut. You want the policy? You want?
Okay, so good afternoon once again. Yeah, we'll do it. So let me take you to the Ministry of Health draft work plan. And our main output is by 2027, based on the CPE 8. We want to strengthen capacity of national and sub-national government systems, institutions through policy and accountability, and all the rest come after. So honestly, we have a shopping list of not less than 10. We have a shortened list of not less than 10 activities to undertake in 2023, but it will be based on some important priorities and availability of funds. So let me first take one of the prioritized activities, that is celebration of our International Day of the Midwife. This is an annual program we do. It is something we can't take out. And if we don't do it, the midwives will come at us. So it's a number one program we want to do. So let's go to the budget side. Let me just take you through what we put there. The budget, detailed budget. Click on the detailed budget. Please go ahead. Come down. Okay. So, what's the point? I have a point. So let me, since our rep is here, I would like to create his indulgence to say that under normal circumstances, all these itemized budget lines are supposed to have been taken care of by the PA based on the understanding we have. But because of the allocation, we have to take out a lot of things there just for this activity. So we are looking at focusing on about 4 main things out of the budget line. So number one has to do with the award prizes. During the celebration, we award 21 midwives, 16 from the 16 regions, and then 5 from the teaching hospitals. So out of that, we give them tabletop wages, and we are looking at the market price being around 3,000. In fact, before I came here, I went to the market to do a shopping. And this is what is on the market. I don't know whether to take or come down. So we are cooking about 21 of them, which will cost 63,000. Then we have plaques. We design special plaques and present to them. And that one one will cost 1,500. For 21, it will cost 31,500. And then the media would like to
also get the media involved. We are looking at 4 media houses. And then we pay each media 500 Ghana. And then the total is 2,000. The DSA for the coordinating staff who will be coordinating the activity, and we are looking at 2 for 3 days, and that is what the 5,412. So this is just an example of our grant itemized budget for celebration of the International Day of the Midwife. Let's go to the MLE template. I'll take you to the MLE. And like I said earlier, because of the limited funding, we have, for now, we have prioritized the celebration of the International of the Midwife. We are looking at monitoring visits. Previously, we've had a training of our midwives and preceptors to support the training of midwifery students. So every year we do an annual visit. Sometimes we have funds, we do more than one. If we don't have funds, we do just one. So the plan is to do one visit for next year. Go down. So those you are seeing in yellow color, it is because we haven't finalized, but this is what we are prioritized. That's why it's in yellow. If it's finally accepted by UNFPA, they will change it to green. So, yes. Then we are also looking at reviewing and prioritizing some training content for our midwifery educators. That's in the nursing training, midwifery training schools. We have over 40 midwifery training schools. And normally, we are supposed to bring them up to speed with current trends of midwifery education or midwifery issues. Like this year, for instance, we updated them on reproductive health and adolescent health. So next year, we would like to update them on immune issues. But we want a team to put together an updated model. We have some models for training. From our information, the models have not been updated for some time now. So we would like to have a small team take a look at the models. We also want to align it to the International Council of Midwives, National Confederation of the ICM standard training curriculum. So we're picking some other things just to make it more rich. So based on that, we will have a training update and skills simulation session for the tutors. Because what we've realized is that sometimes the tutors themselves, if they are not properly supported to do the teaching, it becomes a problem. So students go and they are doing different things. So that's one thing we would like to do. And then after we've done the development or reviewing of the models, then we'll do the training. In fact, because we don't have enough funds, we have just prioritized the development of the models for next year. But if we get, along the year, if we get funds, we'll do the training. So there's also a budget line for the training itself. So Red, this one I know is on your lap. You are interested in it. Wherever the money can provide to get more money. I'm advocating for myself, don't worry. Then let's go. Okay, so let's look at the MLE.
He's interested in everything.
So let's just look at the MLE aspect. So in terms of the targets, we are looking at for the IDM. In terms of the target, we are looking at 21 midwives to be awarded. And then the indicator is the International of the Midwives celebrated. That's the indicator. And then the assumptions, lack of cooperation from midwifery association. Yeah, it's because we have That is about 3 different PDP associations. So sometimes difficult, coordinating them. I believe you understand me. Yeah, so, but over the year, we tried to bring them together and then we celebrate. So the means of verification is activity for the IDM celebration report. Then we come to undertake monitoring decision midwifery schools and clinical facilities in the northern sector. In fact, our focus next year will be in the northern sector. We've done the middle belt, which is around Ashanti region, Bono, and then I have that for the middle belt. And then this year we did the southern belt, some schools in the southern belt. That's around central, western north regions. We didn't add Greater Accra. So next year we would like to focus on the northern sector. I'll be going to Upper East, Northern region, Northeast and Savannah regions. Upper West, because of funds, may not be able to go there next year. So that is it. Then, so that will translate to 9 UDP schools to be visited for the monitoring. And then a number of, in terms of indicator, number of UDP schools, that's our wish, so we hope we get it. And then the means of verification is monitoring reports. Do I need to go through everything? No. I think Dr. Claudia, I need your, should I continue or I should stop? Nobody is speaking. Okay, so I should go ahead. Let's go. Next one. Please go down. So for the IMON, oh no, go ask more. So we want to review, prioritize, and develop IMON models for training of midwifery educators. And so the target is IMON training models updated. And then the indicator is technical working group meeting organized. And then the assumption of availability of funds, and then technical working group, that means of verification, technical working group meetings or minutes reports. Then we come to training of midwifery educators on updated IMON models. So like I told you, we'll do the models and give their funds to do the training. So in terms of the target, we are targeting 30 midwifery educators to be trained on IMON models, the updated models. And then in terms of the indicator, we are looking at a number of midwifery educators trained on the IMON models. And then assumption, availability of funds, and then means of verification, training reports. Next. Yes, this particular one, output 5, and we developed this year, we developed professional mentorship guidelines, national guidelines for nursing and midwifery mentorship. And so we've started the pilot to end this month. I want to scale it up to all the various institutions, including the training schools. And for that matter, that's one of our outputs. And then the target is to have 30 nursing and midwifery mentorship focal person trained on the guideline and how to do the scale up. So that is what we are looking at. And our focus will be on the heads of the agencies. So we are looking at a combination of both service and training, and even postgraduate training. The Ghana College of Nurses will be part of it. So we'll be taking people from the national level to give them the training. Then they'll go down and do the cascading scale up. So they'll be given all the tools that they need to do the scale up throughout during the training. And then our indicator is number of midwifery and nursing educators trained in mentorship guidelines. assumption availability of funds, and then trading reports in the means of verification. Then we come to Article 6. We want to conduct an assessment of impact of male midwife deployment to healthcare facilities. I'm sure you are aware that we've trained some male midwives in Ghana. Interestingly, when we went to Nairobi, and our Eastern Africa countries, when they were reporting, you could see they have more male midwives in their system than we have. And the feedback, let me say, the empirical feedback we are taking from the ground is that more pregnant women prefer to be taken care of by the male midwife than the female midwife. This is a preliminary information we are getting. Somebody did the research. Yes, but this is somebody's research. We as a ministry would like to do our own assessments because we want to take a decision to scale up the training of male midwives. Because after the pilot training and deployment, we have really not done any expanded training, and people are calling for it. A lot of people are calling for it. So we would like to do something like that. So in that case, we would like to conduct some kind of research, which is also part of some of the output in the what is called the UNFPA priority. So it's one of the things we like to do. We like to look at. The target is assessment of male-midwife service conducted. Then the indicator assessment of impact of male-midwife deployment conducted, and then the means of verification, the final assessment report. And so I think I can end here.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
How we are using is that we'll take the next presentation, which is the next national IP. After that, then we'll take comments. So please take note of your comment, questions for clarification. Okay. And next IP to make the presentation is GSF. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, the next presentation will be from Ghana Statistical Service. The IT persons are uploading the presentation. So please, this presentation is not just the IP presenting. Let's take note of the presentation. Let's take note of the comments. Whatever comments that are given for them, it applies to all. So you take note so that we don't have to be repeating. There are certain things you will see that will help you to improve on your work plan. So let's all pay attention. And we can even do random selection now. For instance, I can look around and see any IP focal, any IP that's looking into my face. I can call the IP to come and make a snappy presentation. And those now, after having heard me, hiding their faces. There's one very close to me. She knows I can easily call on her. She's not laughing now. She always laughs because she knows that when I see her laughing, I'll call her. Yes, she's ever ready. So please, if you know you are the one, can you come and give a surprise presentation? She's very close. She's not far from me. She's very close. And she's driving me. She's blinking her eyes towards me. Okay, IT, please. We are waiting for a presentation. Yes, you can start talking while the IP uploads the presentation, since you know your work plan. What is the nature of your activity? What do you seek to do? Is it in partnership or you are going solo? Do you see any possible partnership with the presentation? Please, let's look out for synergies and partnership as the presentations are being made. Okay, please, with a round of applause, let's welcome the GSS rep.
Good afternoon to you. So as we're waiting for them to upload the presentation, I would want to reiterate the fact that GSS is charged with collecting efficient information, basically. So that is what we do. And if you look at all our, let me say, the activities, it's basically collecting information, efficient information.
No comment.
Yeah, let me have your laptop.
Technology.
Very safe for you.
All right, please, we have your attention. Hello, may we have your attention? Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, please can we go to the work plan since you have been able to open the presentation. So basically for Ghana Scout Service, we have come up with 7 activities in total.
Please, let's talk in 1 minute. Let's have attention on the board.
We have come up with 7 activities in total, and if you notice, we haven't put outputs to them because our activities span across all the 3 outputs that have been indicated by UNFPA. So I want to delve into the detailed budgets, the M&E work plan, and the milestones. So I'm just showing you the work plan now. So please, can we go to the M&E work plan before we come to the budget? Okay, so our activity 1 is to train 30 journalists in research and evidence-based reporting in the forest and savanna zones. So we're looking at gathering journalists to train them basically in research and evidence-based reporting. And we've noticed most of our activities, we've done them in the southern parts. So this time around, we're looking at centralizing our activities to the forest and the savannah zone. So it will be out of the southern zone. And we're looking at implementing it in the second quarter, with the target being 30 journalists and the activity indicator being a number of journalists trained in research-based reporting. Risk or critical assumptions are the availability of funds. And the way we ought to verify that this activity has been implemented is that we come out with a training report. And the second activity is to train precisely 20 GSS officers in small area estimation to generate disaggregated data to inform planning. So with SASCAL surveys, for example, some of the surveys we undertake, like they just ended population and housing census, you notice that the information we collected was not disaggregated. So right now we're looking at collecting, let's say, small information that anyone can use for planning purposes. So we're also looking at getting just 20 GSS officers to train them to be able to collect such disaggregated data. And we're looking at implementing this in the third quarter. And the indicator is the number of officers trained in small area estimation. And how we evaluate this or verify this also is by the training reports. So now our third activity has to do with training for 40 research assistants for parliamentarians. That's in population health, gender, and young caucuses. So we noticed that sometimes parliamentarians, they come to parliament and based on their presentations, you can tell that they don't have specific maybe figures or specific information to guide them in their presentations. So with this, we decided that we're going to get their research assistants, precisely 40 of them, to train them on how to, let's say, get information to feed to the parliamentarians so that in their presentations in parliament, they can be precise and concise. So then we're looking at implementing this also in the second quarter, and our target is 40, with our indicator being the number of officers trained in the number of research assistants trained for parliamentarians. And the way we verify this also would be from the training report. And our fourth activity would be to hold a population and planning summit for officers from 16 districts in the Savannah zone. Can I go up a little more? In the Savannah zone. And this one, we're looking at implementing it in the second quarter. And our indicator would be the number of stakeholders engaged in population and planning, with our verification being the training report. And our fifth would be to publish a book on Ghana's demography. That's evolution and implications for development. So this one is more of a qualitative, we'll get qualitative results from this, not necessarily quantitative. So we're looking at implementing it also in the third quarter with the indicator being book on Ghana's demography, evolution and implication for development published, and the verification would be the published book. And then our sixth activity would be to conduct a study in UNFPA priority areas. So we understand that UNFPA have some priority areas that they would want us to conduct studies in. It can be regions, it can be districts. So we'll be looking at conducting study in such areas. And this one is also a qualitative kind of an activity. So we cannot measure it by numbers. And the indicator will be that a study on UNFPA priority area conducted, and it would be verified by a published report. And the last activity would be to produce 2 fact sheets on population and related issues. That's gender-based violence, sexual reproductive health, and adolescent reproductive health. And as I stated earlier, because of the nature of Ghana's Statistical Service, our activities or what we do cuts across all the outputs. So that's why you notice that this one contains all the outputs in it with regards to the fact sheets. And the implementation period would be in the 2nd and the 3rd quarter. And we're looking at just 2 fact sheets in that regard. And the indicator would be the number of fact sheets produced, and the verification will be the fact sheets published. So please, with this, can we go into the detailed budget? So with the detailed budget, I'll pick the first activity. And the first activity is to train 30 journalists in research and evidence-based reporting in the forest and savanna areas. I've freezed the paint, so could you please bring it? Okay, so based on the activity, it would be a conference kind of an activity where we gather all the journalists towards the northern parts to basically train them in the reporting. As such, there'll be a conference package, and there'll be a conference package, and there'll be a payment of DSA to the participants. So since it's going to be implemented in the 3rd quarter, so that's why it's in the 3rd quadrant of the budget. It starts with a conference package, so you have to bring this down. That's activity 1. Okay. So the total cost highlighted in blue is that in dollars, and the other one highlighted in like orange, let me say brick orange, is that in Ghana cedis. Please, activity 1.1. Thank you. So we'll have a conference package, we'll have a DSA for the participants, we'll be having a TNT also for the participants, and we're looking at getting focal points. That's IP focal points. And facilitators, about 5 facilitators, we budgeted for 5 facilitators. And we also made a budget for both DSA and TNT for finance and administrative staff. We looked at fuel for the organization and training logistics. So in total, our budget for activity 1.1 amounted to 122,272 cedis. And converted it to dollars, it amounted to $11,115.64. So that's just a breakdown of the budget for precisely activity 1.1. So please, can we move on to the milestones? Okay, please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think she deserves another round of applause. Well articulated. So we'll now open the floor for your feedback, comments, after you've heard 2 presentations of work plans from the national. Permit me to put a cap of 4 questions or comments per section, so that GSS is really not only for them, but for the national level, if there are certain key things that pertains to that group. Let's kindly address that. So 4 comments, feedback. Okay. Eric, let's have the hands up so we know the 4. Eric, Mr. Painter. Please, I'm quite challenged vertically, so you have to raise your hand higher. Mr. Painter, I've noted you. 2 others? No. Okay, 2 is good. All right. Sorry. Yes, I wanted to make sure that the 4 were noted, so I don't have extras. Yes, our representative. So 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. As has been stated, these are general comments and it's applicable to everybody. So you take or you pick what you think you need to correct from on your web plan. The first one is the use of the correct output statements and also the UN SDCF outcomes. So these are things that are already there. You just pick them and copy them. Remember that as I did a presentation yesterday, I was trying to show the linkages between what we do and how it was contributing to the strategic plan and also the UN SDCF and also to national priorities. Those linkages must be very clearly stated in what you do. I realize that for some, we are still using the old outputs. We realize that they have been changed. So just copy from what we have onto that sheet. The second one is, there was one that is produce a fact sheet on GBV. My question will be the data source. The last data available on GBV is 2017, and there are still discussions to be able to get. So I don't know the source that these fact sheets are going to be based on. Maybe we have to discuss more with the gender unit to see how it should be done. Now, I also realized that some of the activities were not specific. Remember that we talk about SMART, right? For example, conduct a study in UNFPA priority areas. A study, what study? You should be specific in stating what you want to do. It should be very clear. Another point I also noticed. Okay. And I would like to thank her. She's not a program person, she's an accountant. And there were some of the things that from the programmatic or technical, because she was talking about training of officers to collect data in relation to the small area estimation or statistics. The statistics, the data is already available from the census. And recently, UNFPA sponsored some people and also from GSS to go to Dakar to learn how to estimate population sizes or figures, demographic figures at the sub-national levels. So that is what really is she was referring to. Now, the next one is, yesterday, I think I was trying to make things easier for you. In the previous years, we realized that we had one template on the milestones and one also on the MND schedules. What I asked was that put the milestones in the quarter that you will be implementing that activity. But it's fine. I see that some of you are still doing it too. Once the information is available and we will be able to pick the milestones per quarter, I am fine with that. Now, I also realized the use of outputs versus indicators. For example, if you take the Ministry of Health presentation, output 1, output 2, output 3, output 4, output 5. We are working in only 3 outputs. What you are doing are activities. And the activities that you do must contribute to a particular output. So that we can have the linkage between what you are doing and its contribution to the output. If you look at the results and resources framework that I showed you yesterday from the country program document, I'm sure some of you, when they share this thing, you see, we have output indicators. That is our reporting and accountability level at the country office. So whatever activities that we do, if we are not able to allocate them to the achievement of the outputs, then we'll be in trouble. So let's have maybe output 1. So your first activity will be what? Activity 1.1, activity 1.2, 1.3, then you list them. If you are working in output 2, your first activity will be what? Activity 2.1. So immediately I see I output activity 3.4. I know that this is the 4th activity that you are implementing under output 3. These are very important for consistency and coherence sake. Now, I also said that in working activities, an activity is an action. And therefore, as much as possible, you must start with what? A verb. An action, it should be an action statement. So things like training, that and that and that and that should rather be trained than the specific content. Now, in formulating your indicators, the indicators is what I should, it's a performance, right? What I should gauge your performance on. So normally when you say train, the next action is what you want to do and what you want to be measured on. For example, yesterday when I was going around, somebody would say, organize or conduct 2 training sessions for, let's say, 50 stakeholders in. So the question is, do you want the indicator to be on the 2 or the indicator to be on the 50 stakeholders that you want to reach out to? And you realize that the focus is not on the number of meetings that you are having, but rather on who the stakeholders or the people that you want to reach. It's more not about ourselves, but about the beneficiaries. And as I said, at the end of the day, the question is, how were you able to change the lives of the beneficiaries? Lights here are very. Now, another thing I also observed is the use of, several technologies. For example, review, prioritize, and develop. These are 3 things boxed into one. You realize that it is not specific. What exactly do you want to do? That issue would have to be very specific. And I also realize you still have challenges with the assumptions and risk.
No.
For some, it was not stated at all. So I think for now, I'm being signaled that I have to give way to other people. So I'll stop here. And maybe next time later, the ones that have to left, I will bring them out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Somehow someone feels intimidated and said it's okay. So I'll give the microphone over to, unless there's any feedback from, in terms of what Eric said. If not, I'll give the mic. I see you, Brian, but there was a head count before that, so I would give it over to the rep. But has anyone got anything to say with regards to Eric's feedback? Okay, so over to rep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tam, and very good presentations on what we plan to do next year. Mine is just perhaps a few additions, and Eric went into a bit more of the M&E, so I won't go into that. One is on the schedules for the activities. I think like one you say you want to do in third quarter. There's some very foundational activities. My general advice would be foundational activities on which other activities benefit, or what they call novel activities, should really be done at this time. But like getting a glass, filling it with the pebble, the sun, and the water. You start with the stone, the big pebbles, and then you come to the sun, then you come to the water. You start with the water, the others may not go. So preferably we do most of those foundational things in the first and second quarter. And also this because, I'm sorry to say, this year, normally UNFPA comes back to us around July, August, that they have some extra funds and ask for country offices that think they can use the money. Now, when we still have a lot of money with partners, come that time, because we put you at least in third and fourth quarter, we cannot ask for more money because they you have a lot of money. But when you put in first and second quarter, it's almost implemented then, it then gives us a basis to say, look, we are almost done, we don't have money for the rest of the year, give us this amount. So that also serves the purpose. Apart from setting the foundation for the work, it also gives us an opportunity to ask for additional resources if it becomes available. It normally comes around August, July. So I would really consider, unless the schedule dictates it should be in that period, if you could bring it forward. The second issue is around, Eric, I think you've talked about M&E, and I know we'll continue talking about M&E. I think the message is got, but that's what we need to plan as UNFPA is to support the partners to train in result-based management and reporting. So then all these kind of comments can be dealt with once for perhaps next year, part of our funding, and we give you all these issues. Because for me, I would also like to give some of the indicators. Instead of putting number of people trained as an indicator, of course it's an indicator, but at what level? Maybe input, maybe process. And I would sometimes put as an activity, train for the people. That's my activity. Then I want to leave the results. So when you train these 40 people, what we did. That's where I could then want to put my results if I'm able to influence it. But like the same train reporters on evidence-based reporting. So what? Then maybe I want to say I'll train 40 reporters on evidence-based reporting. And then my result I leave the number of articles published by these people that show population there or something like that. But it means I don't just stop at the training, I also support and follow up with them to leave the result higher, because that's not where the beneficiary comes from. Others, the training is more of an input. So that framing becomes very important as we look at the way we look at our results and reporting. And then the third thing is on book on democracy evolution and implication and publication of some fact sheets. Again, these are very important. Let's start with this. Who needs this material? Is it as we think it's needed, or actually there's people or a group of people out there who need this data available for them to use? And then that makes sure that what we provide responds to the needs of the market, rather than us providing and stays on the shelf. And for UNFPA, we'd be interested in usable, user-friendly fact sheets materials around the 3 zeros, around family planning, around maternal health, around GBV and family practices. Or you can, by extension, then put adolescent and youth, because that's the one that we focus on. Then this would be also like where you're saying you want to study, it should be clear as I would say, it needs to work, so then we can support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Brian, you're ready?
Okay, just a comment on Eric's comment on the linkage of the current activities with the UNSCF outcome areas. And just to kind of note that the work notes are still very much at the draft stages. And I believe that the IP focal points will still work with the IPs to realign them should that be the case. So I think let's just overlook that one for now until the final work plan is followed. Because I feel that the IP focal points will work with the IPs to put that in order. So let's just overlook that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So shall we give a round of applause to our national IPs and also for colleagues who made comments? We appreciate that very much. So the next batch would be the CSOs and would have presentations from the ARHR, so Alliance for Reproductive Health Rights, and PAGE. So we will start with ARHR.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to present to you the best of the CSOs, and I hope at least I can set the trend for other good presentations from the CSO. So to consolidate the gains we've made, we decided to at least see where the major gaps in our intervention were. And also across the 6 districts we are working in. I'm still trying to hold the fort while my colleague gets the presentation. I think one of the places where we have seen progress of work is in the South Dike district. And my colleague, Voltarians, will tell you that we're doing a tremendous job there. And we'd like to share some of the successes of our interventions with the new counter-red.
I think you have an updated one, so they are trying to get that for you.
Yes.
Please give us a minute.
No worries, no worries.
In the meantime, you can say.
Keep it quiet.
Yes, I'm not keeping quiet. Can we have an energizer?
So he wants to explain that.
Can we have an energizer? Everyone, can we please be on our feet? Unless we had a lovely.
No, we want you to sing.
You want me to sing? I'll sing for you when the time is due. Yes, Christmas coming. We'll do that later. But let's shake our body a little, please. Can we? I'm getting used to that. So.
Can we be on our feet?
Yeah, when you're on your feet, I'll sing. Can we
be on our feet?
Yeah.
Let's leave the computers just for 1 minute.
Yeah,
yes, Sandra, let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Abu, let's be on our feet. Dawi, let's be on our feet.
So are you taking my headmaster position for me right now?
No, I'm helping you. I'm the assistant master today. Hello. Please, let's be on our feet.
Yes, Stella, please be on your feet. Rudolph, please be on your feet.
Please be on your feet. Please be on your feet. Okay. Hello. Now, roll out. 1, 2, 3.
Roll out.
Yes.
What is roll out?
Roll out is what?
Yeah, so roll your waist down. Roll your waist down. Just watch me roll it out. Okay. I think we're ready. We're ready. We're done it. No, we're not going to. It's part of the thinking. Roll out, roll out, roll out. So, as I said earlier on, we're trying to consolidate the gains made. There were priority areas which are shared for the year 2023. And based on these, as well as what we realized from implementation, we decided to just focus on the ones which we felt would make more meaning and would make more impact. I'm sorry, you want me behind the pulpit? Okay. So, in terms of the activities we plan to organize for the next 6 months, we decided to continue our peer network meetings, which are organized in safe spaces for the out-of-school adolescent girls. But we also include a few adolescent boys because we know they are usually the perpetrators of SGB against women. And so we intend to reach 300 young adolescent girls who have never been engaged during the 6 months period. And let's proceed. Can we go down, please? Just giving you a brief of the activities. So let's go down. These are, yes. So again, also to ensure that the systems built are not left. We decided to engage with key stakeholders. These stakeholders include the CBO partners we work with or we work through, some of the community leaders, as well as the health providers who engage adolescent girls who provide services in the catchment areas we're working in. And so for this activity, what we're saying is conduct capacity building and planning workshop for 30 people, including CBO partners, community leaders, health providers, to increase support for SRH activities and project activities, in project districts, sorry. Pardon me, but we did not include parents. I know my brother Eric would say, why are we not including parents? Because we constrained by the budget and also by, we've already engaged them. I mean, we finished engagements this year. So let's proceed again to the fourth activity, which is, can we scroll down, please? We love persons with disabilities. And, okay. Sorry. Let's go to the website. So we'll give you the WP. Yes, thank you. So this basically gives you a brief on which courses we'll implement, because I've already stated the activities. So here it's the first and second courses. Can we move to the next one, please? The WEME. So can we start at the very top? To show that we are listening and taking, information that is shared, we have revised output indicators according to the priority areas for the period. And so you have that clearly stated there. And in terms of outputs, they are clearly outlined there for each of the activities. I admit that I haven't really done a very good job on the left-hand side where we have the outputs, but generally at the top, that is well stated. So again, this is the activity we stated. Can we go to the right-hand side of the screen? So if we're organizing 24 meetings and targeting 300 out-of-school adolescents, we're saying that an activity indicator will reflect that, which is the number of adolescent girls reached. And we've all been informed of what we mean by number of adolescent girls reached. So that's why we have that stated. And we have the critical assumptions also stated. which is the low turnout buyout of school activists and girls from peer network meetings. Can we move to the far end? Yes, and we've also showed the means of verification, which include activity report forms, the registration sheets, TNT sheets, and etc. Can we move to the milestone? So finally, the milestones also indicate, again, we've affected the necessary changes on the output level. Can we scroll down, please, and read what? So, number of peer network meetings organized. I would revise this to say number of girls reached, because I've revised indicator on the MME plan. So that is the only thing that is critical, and that means the numbers will change. So we, let's say about 200 in the first quarter and 100 in the second quarter. So these are the key things that we will implement during the 2023 January to June period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He didn't sing, and I'm not happy, but he will maybe during the lunch break. I want to alert everyone that on your tables we have a sheet that highlights the 3 output areas which we've been mentioning, so that it's easier for you to update your plans. And I think we should share the soft copy via email to all IPs. So speaking to someone who knows, I'm speaking to him. So I would like to call on Reverend Apu to give us a presentation on the page. No, the questions will come after page has, the work plan has been presented.
I have a question. Okay, ask the first time. After. Guru says he has questions. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to present on the adolescent girls program and then the ending global program to end child marriage. So please, can you go down? I hear we should just present one. Yeah, so under the adolescent program, I think that we're talking a lot about putting our success stories together. I should go this way. Okay, thank you. About putting our success stories together and consolidating our gains. So one of the major activities I want to do is to hold RESI facilitators impact session to, please, my activity is lost. I don't even have it in my head, so if you can, yeah. To document success stories for 30 adolescent girls from 6 districts and 4 regions in Ghana. So the idea is to bring all representatives of our RESI facilitators together. There are so many success stories, and usually when you put them together in one room, it is very empowering and you can get the best stories ever. And the idea is to document these stories in the form of a documentary or booklet and then share with the office based on the activities that we've done with them. And we are also going to do a similar one with stakeholders. So this year, instead of having our, I'm adding one more activity. Instead of doing our inception meeting like we do every year, we want to have one session with our stakeholders where we'll bring them together. And then, you know, when you look at Ghana Health Service, Ministry of Gender, and all that in the regions, when you speak to them, there have been a lot of success stories and there have been a lot of good things that have happened because of our program. So we'd like to know it and then document it properly so that we can also share with our adolescent girls program. Can we go to the, and then let me do for the ending child marriage before I go to, please, should I do one and do all, or I should finish the 3 and then I talk about the other ones?
No, Next, one plan.
Yeah, so one, then I do it all before I move to the next. Okay. So please, let's go to the rescue facilitators. Yes, I know. I said they should go to that activities M&E.
That's all.
Okay.
Yes, please. I'm okay, John. Okay. So I think our indicator is to hold rescue facilitators impact session to let me pick my laptop. Please, can you give me my laptop, please? So that I can just use. Okay. So hold, yes, so the activity is to hold. So this is under outcome 3. That is adolescents and youth. So the indicator is the number of adolescents. Please, can you go this way? The number of adolescents engaged on success stories. Our target is to look at 30 adolescents in that meeting. And we are going to have a report, we'll have pictures, and we budgeted for the booklet itself under another item, but we'll have a booklet and we'll have some documentary to showcase the success stories. So please, let's go to child marriage. Is that all? Yes. Okay, so under child marriage, can you do the grooming session for me? Yeah. Under child marriage, okay, so under child marriage, we are going to support 30 KIA adolescent mothers and survivors of child mothers into informal, formal, and non-formal institutions. So this is an intervention under the child marriage program where we select some of these very vulnerable girls and they are given support to do several things. The informal educational unit supports our girls. They train them, they teach them English, and they teach them all sorts of things. So, and then those who want to learn apprenticeship, and then through this, some of these girls have gone back to school. And before we do this, we take them through a grooming session. A grooming session, they sign contracts before we actually put the girls into whatever supports that we'll be able to give them under this program. Can we go to the NME, please? Okay, so that's the activity 2.5. It's under sorry, it's supposed to be a class book. Wonderful. Okay. So support 30 KIA adolescent mothers and survivors of child mothers into informal, formal, and non-formal institutions, apprenticeships, literacy classes. Please, can I go to the indicator? number of KIAs supported, and then these are the means of verification and all that. Yeah. As for the assumptions and risks, run away from it. I'll consult Eric later. Thank you very much. 711.
Thank you very much, Reverend Abdul. So we had a singer and then we have a pastor. So we have talents right here in this room. Thank you. Now to your comments, your feedback, your questions. I already have one logged in by me, unless he's changed his mind, and then Eric. So four opportunities. So I have two. Any other, please? No. Okay. I'll give it to me because he asked first.
So I know I did the presentation, but one thing that I just wanted to draw your attention to is the need to revise the allowance or allocation for fuel, because per the let me say the calculations done, we will really have challenges in implementation. And the case in point being that if you're traveling from, say, Accra to Kumasi, one way is 255 kilometers. If you multiply that by the 2.2, which is the figure given, you will actually get about 500 and something. There's no way you travel to Kumasi and work in your communities and still spend 500 cedis on fuel. It is not possible. So please, if this can be considered, for a two-way journey, for us, it's really important that we have the necessary funds to support our work, or else you'll be forcing us to find resources where we don't know where.
Thank you very much. Your comments are well noted. Brian, I note your hand. I'll give the opportunity for Eric to give his comments, and then I'll bring the mic to you. So Eric, over to you.
Thank you again, Claudia. My first one is on his presentation, and one of the activities, work plan conducted. I didn't really understand what it meant by work plan conducted, because all the exercises we are supposed to implement the work plan. So I suggest that we take him away. But more importantly, I want to emphasize something that the rep has said, because it goes for all of us and has also been with us. Is it possible for us to be looking at tasking ourselves to higher level indicators rather than number of people trained? And the question is, you train them for a purpose. You see, when you go for monitoring, what helps you to do a very good monitoring is the indicator that you set for yourself. Because you monitor indicators whilst in the field. So, for example, if I train people to apply certain skills, right? Maybe the skills are for X and Y. If I go to the field, the number that have trained, how many of them are using those skills to make a difference? Then you are writing a story which is results-based. Otherwise, what we do, the money is being spent and we are not reporting on the results. So if we can revisit this is a general one and maybe challenge ourselves more and move from this number of this, we have an objective for doing it, right? Number of girls trained, number of people reached. This is our intention, just to reach people and then go and sleep. We are reaching them so that a change will happen. So when I go to the field, the number of people reached, how are they making that change? So in our reporting, we will need to come up with something like that. Another one is I see monitoring going on and we end there. I'd like to assure you that from next year, we want to see the recommendations from your monitoring and how you are following up on those kinds of recommendations. So when you go to the field and you have your report, we want to see the recommendations and an action plan as to how you'll be able to carry those recommendations through. We've realized that we just go to the field, this and this and this are observed, then we don't follow them up. Thank you very much.
So I have me requesting for, not a rebuttal, but he wants to address the comments made by Eric. And then we'll go to Brian and then come to Guru.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think it's very clear, and Brian would attest that for some of us, we share human interest stories. So our work doesn't just end in terms of the engagement, but then we have, the outcomes of the outcomes of our engagements, human stories, and my focal person would also attest that these are some of the things. But again, one of the things that I would also plead, we try to factor in is resources to do some form of videography, interacting with the people. Those could be the key things we share when we have these plenary engagements, because you want to hear from the real beneficiaries. It's not just about figures. I totally agree that it's not just about figures. But if we can have these human interest stories documented and videoed, and even shared, with partners, there'll be key platforms or key strategies to share best practices. So that's just a quick feedback to your comments, and other partners can learn from this.
Thank you, Neil. So, Brian.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And just to, I agree wholeheartedly with most of the things that Eric said. Just to add a bit to it, is that very often the ownership of the program, it staggers. So, for example, I know that for projects like the AGP, the ownership of the outcomes are usually in the country of this, and then we kind of push the outputs to the partners to handle. So that's why very often you can see some of the indicators as the number of this done, number of that done, because very often that's what we report on just for our final reports. But then bearing that in mind and in view of the results, and following what Dr. Yeboah said in his interest in assessing the impact of male midwives, I am curious to know if the partners have anything interesting that they would also like to research. Maybe do you want to look at certain components of the project within your own region that you want to look at? It can fit into our evaluation questions for the final evaluation. So I would appreciate if there are certain aspects of the program in your region or area of implementation that you want to look into a bit further, you can bring those questions to us and then we can add into our evaluation. Because I know that we're planning an evaluation towards the end of the program next year. So if you have those questions, bring them to us and then we can discuss with the consultant that we'll get to kind of look into that for you and produce a report that you can use for your work as you go. So please, I'm open to those questions, open to research questions that you want to look at this. Thank you very much.
This is getting interesting. So, Uncle wants to respond to that, please.
No, I'm just clarification, not a question.
Okay, because I think her hands was up first. Let me get her to answer and then we'll come to you, please.
Okay, Brian, I like the last part of what you said. So I wanted to ask that, is it in both child marriage and adolescent girls program, or is it just adolescent girls?
Oh, for both of them, it's fine. Okay. I do believe that the child marriage is also learning as it goes. So if you have any critical questions, any research questions that you want to answer.
Because some of these things have been raised up there. Okay. And when Ghana Statistical Service was presenting, I had this all in my mind because there are some of the districts we go to, they actually do not have data. So they will tell you that, oh, the number of this has reduced. Apart from the national statistics, the particular communities and all that, they will say, oh, because of your program, this has reduced. And then we ask you, do you have specific data? They do not. And they have expressed a lot of interest to go further into the data and all that. So I think we'll have that discussion later.
Yeah, and just to add, that the child marriage program and the HB program have overlapping things. So
yes.
we have looked at the same things. And the child marriage and its phase pregnancy.
Yes.
So, and I know that for the, and I also know that for the child marriage and the EGP, we have similar districts where we work in,
yes.
and the central region and some other regions. So those questions are highly welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so interesting dialogue. So, Guru.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. The activity you presented, resi facilitators. I have a comment on the wording of the activity. You said organize resi facilitators impact sessions to document good practices. Is that the word?
Yes.
Yes. So I was thinking we could do away with the impact and say resi facilitators. And also, I asked of the quarter, it's the first quarter, to document good practices. Like the rep indicated, I see that as a non-foundational activity. And therefore, I'm going to have it in the first quarter implemented to document good practices.
Over the years.
Over the previous years.
This year, they said from January to June, they are consolidating all their gains.
Okay.
So this is what we've done since 2019 till now.
Okay.
Not this year, it's not 2023.
Because it didn't come across like Blana explained. Or you are going to document the practice in the first one. What you have done?
No. Since 2019 till now.
You have to discuss more.
It's for the girls, not a research.
Okay. We'll need to discuss. Hello? Go. I'm done. Thank you.
Yes. I'm walking around and I see that Caesar has a comment. So I'll just give him that opportunity and then we'll move on. Selena says it's okay.
Yes, thank you very much. So my name is Caesar Wicks, PPAG, also with the CSO team. So with regards to measuring outcomes and also measuring what the impact of our work is, I was just trying to think through, for instance, with training of young people in livelihood skills. Maybe another step will be the number of young girls who are actually practicing that, because I'm very sure that the livelihood skills program is one of the key areas we have to evaluate and see a way forward. But just using that as an example, I want to suggest also to the UNFPA team, especially the MA, can we come up with maybe a double layer indicator for most of those specific interventions so that we don't leave it to the discretion of the IP? For instance, if we train people in livelihood skills, we want them to practice. Can we have the number of people trained as an indicator, but still have a double layer indicator to measure the number of people who are practicing? It's the same for information. So that, because I see from the conversation we are having, there's an encouragement to have single indicators specifics. But can we recommend those double layer things that we should look out for, so that it's not just the outcome evaluation or the evaluation that we'll do, but at the IP level, we can also report certain things like that.
Let me just quickly respond to that and just say that one activity can have 3-4 indicators. One single activity, it will depend largely on what you want to achieve with that activity. That's why whenever I go to the IP program, with the IPs, the question I ask is that what is the priority of this activity? So beyond just learning, do you want to follow up? Beyond just learning, do you want to pass a particular knowledge? So yes, just like Caesar said, an activity can have multiple indicators depending on the priorities of that particular activity. So please don't limit yourself to one indicator for each activity. You can have 3 indicators for an activity, provided that there's something you want to learn from that activity, or there's some output you want from that activity. So please, that's a recommendation. It can happen as you see fit, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm giving the opportunity for Eric to wrap this up because we need to move on now to the RCC. So we'll end the session with Eric's feedback.
Yes, thank you, from PPAG. Your suggestion is noted. Now, it could still be put into what? Number of girls trained in this who are practicing their skill. So you have the total number, but your interest is in the number who really are practicing. So when you are in the field, what you want to know is those who are using the skills to make a difference. So it's about the same thing. You see, one major handicap that we faced in our last evaluation, and headquarters was very strong about it. They kept on asking. We had our tables. We set out, these are achievements in figures. The question is for you to answer. So demonstrate how these things that you said you have produced, right, is contributing to the outcomes. And we said, oh, well, accountability is at the output level. They said, we are not interested in your figures are okay. Demonstrate to us how it is contributing to the outcomes. So you learn lessons. And as you learn lessons, you fit them into your going forward. Right. That's why, and one key suggestion is you could have had this information through your monitoring, how you monitor. So that's in going forward, monitoring becomes very important as a key component for the evaluation of the country program that is starting next year. It's not getting to the end that you collect your information. That's why M&E is part of your planning and not an afterthought. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I was asking, can we discuss this a bit further? Because, for example, the KIA I work with, if I put, I didn't put anything in WhatsApp. If I put train 20 girls in, say, particular in that, and I say number of girls trained and actually practicing, I'm afraid to put practicing because sometimes you train 20 people and then 5 go back to the north. And I know that because I have put 20 as a target, you come and what word should I use? I'll be measured by the 20. So I don't know, maybe we should discuss it because I'll be afraid to put a target by the number actually practicing because I'm not sure that 20 will still be practicing. What we have done as an organization is what we have done around our enterprise centers to make sure that even if we train 20, so if you ask me, since we've started doing the child marriage program, if you ask me that how many are still practicing, it might not be the same people who started in 2017, but the strategy we put in is to get the center, get the skill around the center, so that even if some of them leave, we'll keep training others. So as we are speaking now, we still have other materials. We are doing training every day for new girls. But the old girls, if I put that in my my work plan now, I'm afraid if you come and measure me by the 20 that I've trained, I don't think I'll be able to give you the 20. So as for the outcomes, we have a lot of it. For the grooming, for example, it's more direct. The number of people who we actually groomed in terms of took to the university, to ask for that one, we pick the most serious girls. Some of those indicators are easy, but I think that some of them are difficult based on the type of girls you work with. So I think that this should have a continuous discussion so that the IP does not lie to you, because I might say that I did the 20, but it might be a lie. So if we can have that discussion over and over again, but as for the impact stories and all that, they are there, but they might not be the same girls that I trained.
Thank you for raising that. Initially, I was going to say let's do a bilateral on this, but I think it's a learning opportunity for everybody because perhaps some are having the same challenge. So I have two hands raised to respond to what you had in mind. So first the rep and then Eric.
Thank you, Akuan. Thank you, colleagues. I think this is again very worthy discussion. And I don't think we'll finish it here because we'll keep getting it. I think it's for me important to first have a common understanding. Eric comes from a heavier platform at least, comes from a heavier platform. But when we come together and go through the same thinking for one institutional cause, then we're able to speak the same language in a way that we both understand. So that's the first. That's why for me, I think the more perhaps recommendation we could give for this to have the training and start speaking the same language going forward. For now, we work with what we can and adjust to what we can as we sign the work. Now, the second point, which is important, Aku is trying to raise, the role of attribution and contribution. What do I attribute, or whom do I attribute a result to? I've only trained. I didn't give them money to do the business. So why should I report at the level of money? I'm doing business, yet my input was on the training. So attribution and contribution then becomes very important in the report. And that ties in with what Brian or somebody was saying, two-level indicator. You may want to put activity, the number directly to an activity. But then sets of activities lead to an indicator. But then those sets of activities, the clusters of activities, should then be broad enough to help you measure indicator at the output level. And when you look at the output level indicator, you're looking at products and services delivered. Products and services delivered, not actions done. So that if you look at it from that angle, you then say, okay, let's take the Kaya example. Train 30 girls in library. Provide seed fund to the 30 girls to start businesses. These are activity levels. Now, at the output level, I can then claim that, okay, of 30 girls, I know some will go to the village. So I'll put 20 Kaya girls after the businesses can partake. Because I've trained, I've provided a seed fund, and I've mentored. So we've still done the same thing. We put the two-level kind of indicators, but except I put one at an action level. And I'll only use it for my input monitoring. I'm not using it for my output monitoring. The output monitoring, I'm looking at the number of girls who have started businesses, following the training, following the system. Okay? I think we'll take this on as we go ahead. So that's one side of it. The second side of it is, especially for the CSO and the work they're doing, train the career girls, they're beautiful. I haven't discussed, so perhaps I'm speaking out of context. Forgive me for that. What then be important is, for me, after start a new program, we should also start sustainability thinking. Our sustainability or exit strategy starts when we start. It doesn't come at the end. So this career girls training I'm doing, how am I going to sustain it 5 years down the line when the cycle ends? What institutional system am I building so that in future careers, wherever they are, can be used as a model for scaling up across the country beyond my 30 that I'm training for you? So how am I building this institutional system from the start and discussing sustainability, whether it's government institutions or other organizational institutions, and also developing their capacity to be able to train the people from the career trade. Again, this for all of us, whatever you're doing, how we building institutional systems and sustainability from the start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think that also addresses what Eric had in mind. So I would thank you for raising that. On that note, I would like to appreciate the presentations by the CSO partners or the representation from that cohort, and like to invite two of our RCC implementing partners, namely Volta Regional Coordinating Council and the Bono East Regional Coordinating Council. So I think the Bono East is ready. So I'll give the mic over to them. Then we'll swiftly have that followed by BRCC. Yes. Thank you very much for welcoming him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm Robin Atia, representing on behalf of the Northeast Coordinating Council. Yeah, we have a lot of activities, and because of time constraints, we can't present on all of them. So we are selecting few and then talk about it. This year, we had a program activating out of school adolescent clubs, and we realized that has been very beneficial. 2 months after the training, they were able to reach more than 2,000 of their peers. And we think it's a good thing that we should not let it go. So next year, we are trying to organize a review meeting with them and look at where the challenges are and then how we can do it better going forward. So this is a detailed budget for that particular activity. The items that we are going to need for the one-day meeting. When you look in there, you see we have accommodation there. One will ask, why do you have accommodation in the meeting? The districts in our region, those of us who know there are very sparse, miles away from the regional capital. So if you have to call a meeting of this nature and looking at how vulnerable these participants or the members are, we think it's nice that we come, we sleep, and then the following day we start in the morning. By midday, we are done with the meeting so they can go back. That's why we have accommodation in there. And then the other activities, the items that we didn't are also stipulated there, which is clearly done. So, you push your group. Good. The budget there is 23,155 Ghana cedis. We have this corresponding M&E. Going to call to locate that. Good, just go up. Go up. Go up. Good. So this is the M&E. The activity is 3.8. Organize one-day review meeting with 40 peer educators in the partner district to assess progress of their activities so far. And we are going to do that in the first quarter. The target is 40 adolescent peer educators. The means of verification is number of meetings held. And then the risk factor is we are assuming and believing that funds will be released and early enough for us to take the meeting. Then the means of verification will be minutes of the meeting and So I think that is it. So when you look at the work plan, it's not different from what you move to the work plan. Or more data, can I present on those data sequential or so the I want to show the result we see we are on track. So that's the reason why the moderator or the ITMI is struggling is different sub IPs and put them together. So difficulty taking them from one particular angle.
Okay.
I'm not surprised Reverend brought the laptop. You also want to have so you can be from the right out. So with all our policy, please, maybe let's take the first activity, we read so we see that we are also on course. I have no problem, any of them we can present and we don't have much challenge with that. So so, ladies and gentlemen, this web, the template that we are also using is the same as that of our colleagues who have just presented. And this is a sample of a web plan, organized livelihood, empowerment skills. Click on the mouse and let's see what is there. That is technology for you.
Okay. So
what do we do? Challenge.
So let's take one and any of them and then
So let's pick the first one. Let's run 12. So go to detail budget, the first one. Start for the first one. The detail budget, the first one. Good. Thank you. So when you look at this, the first activity here is from the Act 3 and 3.1. Say 2 days sensitization workshop for 30 apprentices for 5 partner districts on SGBV and Nigerian rights. So, description of the budget, you're going to have the venue with PA system, lunch, TNT, and all those kind of things. Then go to the M&E. The sub IP is just so this activity will be implemented in the first quarter next year. The baseline is 0, and then the target is 30 adolescents. Indicator, number of apprentices reached. Critical assumption, we are believing and assuming that there will be funds and it will be released on time. And that is the total budget for that particular activity. Then let's move to the WP. Okay.
Okay.
I think hypoglycemia is setting in because the feedback I'm getting, people they want a break. So I would like to say thank you. Please, shall we acknowledge his efforts with a round of applause? So lunch is ready. So we would have lunch and then come back and have VRCC's presentation. And I think that will give us enough time to also come back to the plenary with some energy and also be able to address certain key things. Because that will be the last presentation with regards to work plans. Then after that, we would have the wrapping up in terms of the next steps, and then we can have an early closure for today. So lunch is an hour. That's at least what's on the work plan. The agenda. See what on the agenda. So please enjoy your lunch. It's 1:41 now, so we'll come back at 2:40. Thank you. Regional Coordinating Council would make a presentation, and then we'll have the questions and comments for the, she's already. Then we'll have the questions and comments for the Regional Coordinating Councils to wrap up the presentations of work plans. So over to you, Victoria.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm doing this on behalf of RCC and the sub-IPs. For us, we have a lot of activities, but it's subject to availability of funds. And so when you look at our work plan, we've highlighted some of them prioritized, but we still think that some are very important. So we keep it in there, but it's subject to availability of funds from UNFPA. And I want to use the opportunity to appreciate UNFPA for the support over the years. And as Oliver Twist, we want to ask for more. So if possible, they should approve all of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so our activities are geared towards consolidating the gains of this year's implementation. And so most of our activities has taken the forms of monitoring and follow-up meetings, tracking of our mentees, refresher trainings, review meetings. And then we also would engage stakeholders on soliciting for their support for and we also noticed that some of the activities we did over this year have been very beneficial, and we've been able to reach out to a lot of adolescents. And so we repeat some of those activities, and some of them include Camp Congo and then the tracking of mentees. Some of our activities are also geared towards strengthening adolescent clubs in the region. And so we'll be visiting SHS schools and we interact with adolescents there. So if I'll have to take the activities one by one, it will take a lot of time. So we'll just look at one of them against the MAU and then the milestone. Okay, so for the work plan template, conduct, sorry, 1.1. We are still working on our work plan, so the outputs, we are yet to match or align it with the activities very well. So if it doesn't match, pardon us for that one. Okay, so the first one is organize a regional technical working group meeting on family planning. Please let's look at the MNE. And so for that activity, we intend to do it in second and fourth quarter. We are going for the non-cumulative, and so the baseline is the, and the meetings will be 2. So we intend to go to the meetings. Activity indicator, number of regional technical working meetings on family planning conducted. Critical assumptions and risk. Clash of equally important activities and unavailability of designated participants. So it will depend on they attending the meeting. If we should invite them and they don't come, it's likely that we won't be able to achieve what we intend. Means of verification, the invitation letter, then activity reports, and this report will release the pictures in red. Our source of funding is UNFPA. Then let's look at the milestone. So for the milestones, number of regional technical planning conducted. And so this one repeated the target, the number of people we intend to reach. I will look at another. For a different sub-ID. This one is
Scrolling down. Still.
Okay. So we have a lot of activities. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was talking to Jesus.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Please, another round of applause for her. Is any feedback, comments, questions, not just for DRCC and Bono East, but for the regional coordinating councils? There's a terminology called negritis, but I don't think it's in the textbooks, medical textbooks. I've been looking for it. But they claim it's when you finish eating and you have this fatigue, and you just want to have a siesta. I don't know, has anybody seen it in the textbook? I haven't seen it. Here in USC, they have to update their curriculum. You can feel it in your Jones. So negritis is setting in there. And that's in the books. I like that. Please, any questions for our dear colleagues? It's well understood, well appreciated. It's well appreciated. Oh, I do have someone whose hand is up. Maybe we'll use this opportunity to open the floor to have other questions because we are wrapping up. So maybe someone will have something beyond just the work plan presentations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just also want to add my voice to the M&E part of the plans that we are doing. Yes, so I observed that before the break, we are trying to get a common platform or a tool that will help us capture, information on the best practices or the impacts and so on and so forth with the interventions that we are rolling out. So I want to ask if in the templates that we've been using all this while, we have such templates that can help IPs to document or capture data, both qualitatively and quantitatively on the on the impacts that some of these interventions are making. If we do, then kindly we need to share that with us. Some of us are quite new to some of these templates so that we can use that to generate the information needed. Thank you.
Please, is there a follow-up to this? Are you addressing that? Okay. Please, if you don't mind giving him the microphone. Then after you, Eric will add. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. And just responding to this question, yes, we have some tools. For example, we have the human interest story templates that we shared with our partners, and we're happy to reshare it again. We also have the quarterly data and aggregation tool that we share with our partners. We happen to share it. But just like I said before, in terms of tracking impact, I would say we just do that like a more broader evaluation, because very often it's different in different places and we kind of have to kind of single out different things. I don't know if I'm making sense. So please, we'll share the toolkits that we have currently with you, then I'll also just focus on that for now. Then if you need more support, just tell us.
Yes, Alexander, please contact your focal person. Try and be in contact with the focal person. Anything you need, the person will be able to get you the right person.
Yes.
Yes, this one. Please, I want to, this is to Eric, I want to find out from Vic's presentation, you realize that for the RCC meeting, it's more like we are measuring the number of meetings, not the number of people, because it's recurrent. It's a recurrent meeting. I want to find out for the baseline, are we measuring it against this particular year or zero? Thank you. For recurrent meetings.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to.
Okay, so the RTT meeting is a stakeholder meeting, quarterly or biannual meetings on family planning. And we have the same stakeholders meeting for a statutory meeting twice a year. So in that case, we don't have different targets meeting for each quarter. We have the same people meeting for this quarter. So in that case, we are measuring the number of meetings, not the number of participants, right? Or we can measure the number of meetings, the number of participants.
You could, but personally, I think you need to make choices.
Okay.
What exactly do you want to measure? Of what relevance is the number of meetings to you? There are some meetings that are very, very important, right? And you want to measure whether it even came on or not. So it becomes whether the meeting was conducted or not, and you want to measure it, right? And you also have to make a choice. Is it the stakeholders that are more critical in terms of the meeting that you want to attend? In the case like this, I would rather focus on the stakeholders rather than the number of meetings, because I see a lot of the activities hold one meeting, and that is very easy, right? So meeting held, and so what?
Eric, but please, I think it is also the objective of the meeting. Because
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
These
that
are coordinating.
there are choices that needs to be made. What is important to you?
So what I'm thinking is that we have to find out the objective of the meeting.
We have to find out the objectives of the meetings in order to guide us. These are coordinating meetings which are critical because they need to coordinate what is happening on the ground in order to know whether we are making progress or not. So those are critical. All the coordinating meetings, I think the focus has to be on the meeting. When it is about maybe meeting to maybe train or maybe ensure that these stakeholders are doing this or that, then that's when you can focus on the stakeholders. But the coordinating meetings, I think they will have to measure them. Because if it doesn't come on, then it means that you are not even knowing what is happening. People are duplicating all over the place and all that. So the coordinating meetings, the focus has to be on the meetings.
I think we are saying the same thing. We are not disagreeing.
No, we are not.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
And I mean, from Selena.
And then I think
No, because you were thinking that the focus has to be on the stakeholders. I just wanted to clarify that they are coordinating meetings.
I earlier said that it depends on what you want to measure. Right, what is critical to you?
And that baseline.
Yes.
You had a question about baseline. Please pass it.
Okay. You say the baseline for the meeting. Oh, okay. Okay. Now we have 2 meetings for the same number of people who are attending those meetings. Right. Assuming, let's take 30. So quarter 1, you are expecting 30. Quarter 2, you are expecting 30. What would be your target? Is that right?
No, you see, in that plan, we have baseline and targets. And I am thinking that the baseline is from the previous year, which is, let me say, 2022. So 2022, for example, how many coordination meetings did we hold? And then to go. Because in the column that is provided, it's only 2 columns, baseline and target. So I'm thinking that the target is for the whole year. And then the baseline is for the previous year. I just wanted clarification.
Now, when you put a baseline there, it goes with a date for a year.
Yeah.
Okay. Baselines are not just put there for, it just tells you this is my starting point. If, for example, it's something that you've been doing in the past, and maybe you say, I'm starting from 2020, this year, I have already done this number. So this is where you are. So then you are adding to it, but the date would show. Are you getting me? Assuming this is the ground 0 and your target is here, you realize that if, for example, you have done 5, you'll be where I am now, right? So we are telling the person that in 2023, this is your starting point. Once anybody sees the date and it is not 0, it means that in the past you have accumulated something. But at the end, you get the same thing. If, for example, you want to achieve 10, and is this distance, because you started from here, you will not end at that distance. The difference between here and here will have to be added. I hope you are getting it. Yeah. So the baseline is important. It's just like when you are putting data sources, you will need to state the time, the period, the year, so we know that you are referring to this. And the next point is that I think we all agree that we will be using cumulative. I think that's what we all agree, adding to what is there. Okay.
Hello. Are you okay?
That will.
Are you okay?
It's okay.
I think she's still a little.
No, I'm saying that in the template, we have quarter 1, let me say it's 25, quarter 2, 25, quarter 3, 25, and quarter 4 is 25. Then at the side, we have the baseline and targets also there. So yes, we will use, if we are using the cumulative, I don't know. Maybe I'm confused.
You are confused.
You're not confused.
Yes. So this is what I'm. Is this the one?
But here you don't have any figures in context.
It's a milestone. Yes, that's baseline and target. But then you see the quarters before the baseline and then the target. So is it that if we are using the cumulative, currently we are not supposed to populate the baseline, but as we go along, we populate the baseline? Is that what we expected to do? That is my question. So you see we have quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. Then we have the baseline and the target. So for example, I would expect that the baseline, we have baseline 2022. Then we'll be looking at, for example, mentorship. In 2022, we mentored 60. So in 2023, we also want to mentor 60. So we have a baseline, we have a number of people we have mentored. And this year, we are going to follow up on those 60. And that is where we get the impact stories. So that is the question I'm asking.
You're talking about two activities. One is a follow-up of what you have already done. It's a different activity from the first one.
It's not a follow-up. I'm saying that last year, we did mentorship, 60. So for example, my baseline would be 2022. 60 girls were mentored.
Yes.
So I'll put it there. Then 2023, I want to reach another 60 girls.
Different from the
2022 ones. So that is all I'm asking. Is that how we state it? Because if you look at the baseline, there is no dates.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that normally you should have a date. If it's 0, maybe the date comes here.
Yeah.
The assumption that we've all had is that maybe this is at the end of 2022. There was nothing when we were starting, there was nothing here. We are starting on a fresh page, right? Now, what we are going to do is that we are also going to have a 5-year plan, but broken down yearly. So on a yearly basis, we will be putting down what we have been able to achieve per year. The next year, you can see the total of what. So at the end of the 5 years, we can say that with this particular thing, this is the total that we'll be able to achieve. And it's something that the evaluators want to look at, right? And you will see that in the results and resources framework that I put there, the indicators, we have targets, right? And we have a baseline. There are some that the baseline is 3 and the target is 30. So it means that we've done 3 already. So when we put that sheet there, our baseline will be 3, right? What it means is that every year, what we achieve, we'll put it there. But because we are doing it cumulative, if we achieve 3 in the next year, in the first year, you will see 6, because we have added the 3 to what already is there. I hope you are getting. If we are using non-cumulative, then we put only 3, that this year we achieve 3. But because we are cumulating, anything that we get, we add it to what is existing, right? And once we all agree on that, we can understand the figures. Okay. Yes, Brian.
I think last year we are
we are not talking about, this is an instruction from the regional office. And they want the regional, all of us to be on the same page. We are not talking about last year. That's why I said in previous years, some were doing cumulative, some were doing non-cumulative, and there was challenges. Now the decision is that we all going to do cumulative. Yes. Can you have the mic?
I think my follow-up, is that is it for SIS or for their IP level work plans? Because I know at the IP level work plan, we have kind of agreed to keep it going because getting the baselines from previous years was always very difficult. Just let's put that as 0. But I just need clarity on that because that's what we advise them to do. So
if you have advised them to keep it, or in her case, she thinks that something is in the basket already, and she doesn't want to throw it away. Can you show the results and go to the CPD if you can look at it? In our own CPD, look at the baselines and the targets, and you realize that not all of them are 0. Yet if you can see, so that, because that's the parent document, it tells you that there is a recognition that we have achieved something in that particular area and that we are adding. If you want to make it 0, all that it means is that I write the dates there. At this date, I had 0. It does not necessarily mean that in the past I did not have anything. But my reference point is this date. I hope we are getting it. Yes.
I think to make it a little easier.
But if you have agreed with them that they should use 0 for their baselines, what it means is that for this country program, right, we are starting on a clean sheet. Exactly. And all the things that we are doing is 0. Her concern is that she has already done something, right, which she wants to build on. And that can she put what she has already achieved as a baseline, right? And I don't have any problem once the dates are there. But you can go along with what you have already been told. It really doesn't make much difference once the dates are there.
Thank you, Eric. So, is it clear now? You have, in our case, we've agreed with the IPs that would make it more cumulative. So if, for example, we are beginning this year, the baseline is 0, and then the target is whatever you put there. However, in your case, or in some cases, if from what you are saying, you want to build up, then you put the baseline from last year, but put the year down so that there's reference to when it started or where it actually ended in terms of where you want to start this year. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand. That is why I brought the tracking. We have an activity to track. And so without the base, when we put the baseline, it gives you an idea that something is there that we want to track, which is another activity. So that is why I was asking. It's clear. I'm okay.
I just want them to display the results and resources. You can't define it. You can just go. Yeah. This is our country program document. You can Google it, it's on the net. And you can see everything that's for transparency sake. Just and here. You see, we are starting, but what is the baseline? You realize that it's not 0. Are we okay?
Yes.
Right? We are starting a new country program. The baseline here is what? And this is the target.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you subtract this from this, you get your actual. Right? Are we okay?
Yes.
No. Listen. The baseline is what you said you are starting from. Now, the whole 5 years, I want to achieve, let's say 10. I'll be measured on the 10. So let me take 10 steps if I am 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is my endpoint, the target. But now I am telling you that I am starting from here. Right? I'll still take the 10 steps. So I'll still be measured on the 10 steps. The difference is where I started. And that was the baseline that I used. Are we getting it? But at the end of it, what we are looking at is, were you able to get here? So because we are accumulating in 2023, when we are reporting the figure, assuming we achieve 100,000, the 2023 figure will be 100,000 plus this, because we are adding what we achieved to the baseline. If it was non-cumulative, we'll just put 100,000 there to indicate that 2023 we achieved 100,000. Are we okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Someone, yes, Mr. Pinson.
Yes, mine is appeal to Ghana Health Service. About 2 years ago, they released figures on teenage pregnancy. And in fact, that figures help us to combat the learnings. Last year, we looked for work, we couldn't get it. So I'm thinking that if they can make this year's reports available to us next year so that we can use it in our activities. Thank you.
Thank you. JHS, do you have any comments or it's well noted?
It was regionally based.
It was national, but it was aggregated to disaggregated to regions. So regional breakdowns.
Okay, so you want the one specific to?
No. The whole Ghana, so that we can compare and contrast, so that
with using institutional data. Right. Understand? The limitation is that the adolescent needs to come to proximity for you to be able to capture in the days. That's the district health information. So it doesn't give us a true picture of what is happening with respect to teenage pregnancy. But then the population-based service, like NIMS and Ghana Demographic Health Service, and recently the Ghana Maternal Health Service gives us the population picture of what is happening at the country level. But what we circulated the last time was basically institution data, those who came to the health facility.
Yes, that's what we want.
We want that.
Yes.
To plan with it.
Yes.
Or if you go to statistical service, I don't know if you want to respond.
Yes. Yes. I just wanted to do a follow-up on what Mr. Pinto said. Those statistics really help us, and we do understand that it's not the complete picture on the ground, because those are statistics that when the girls come to the hospital, then you're able to record.
We also know that there are girls who do not come to the hospital who are pregnant or have given birth. So with the explanation you are giving us with the mix and then the maternal and then the GDHS, is it possible to have that data broken down, from a national perspective and then regional? It helps us to know whether pregnancies are reducing or is still at the same pace or it's going high. But there's something to compare with. Over the period, what you released last 2 years was very helpful. That we could actually speak to the data and say almost 110,000 girls were pregnant in 2022. But as of now, we don't have any data. So if we could just have something, it would help.
Thank you very much. As we're saying, I mean, some of these things you need to state. That is the reason why we always want you to add what the metadata that is to attach to the data you are using. You need to explain which type of data you are using. If it is institutional, everybody will know that yes, this is institutional. If it is a country or population-based data, then you also state that this is what I am using. And therefore, when somebody picks your report, is able to know that this is institutional data, this is population-based, which covers everybody. So when they are interpreting, then they know how to interpret it. But like you're saying, I mean, these things are in mix and all those things. But unfortunately, the mix, as you said, is done at the national and regional level. Fortunately for us, we now, very soon, I believe we'll get there. We're now compiling administrative data so that we'll be able to use what we're calling this small area estimation and then be able to blend so that we can get a better data for our country. So I believe gradually we will get there. But like I said earlier on, if we are able to state that this is institutional data we are using, everybody who picks your report understands what you are doing, and therefore will not say that this is a generalized information for the country. Thank you.
Okay, before I give it to the let me just say something. Let's understand that institutional data always have its limitations because it depends on only information of those who visited there. Yes. That's why we have surveys. Now, the surveys can also be disaggregated at the national and the regional level. For now, DHS, mixed and those things are not able, we are not able to disaggregate into the district level because of the sample size. You need a certain number of households to visit at each district to be able to generalize figures for that. But we don't have the money to be able to conduct surveys at that level. And that is why we are trying to use other methods, small area estimation, and also to strengthen our administrative data, especially our civil registration systems, marriage, births and deaths, etc., to help estimate some of these things at that level. So it also explains why, what's the name, your question yesterday about, I think somebody that will also said the figures Ghana Health Service was, but if you go to the ground, they have more cases than that. And these are some of the explanations. Professor.
Just kind of explain the selection bias if you rely on fertility-based data. Although it gives some information, data bias, but also what is paid. And we are quite lucky in Ghana because we have the census report. So if you do a small area sampling to determine the household composition, to determine the prevalence of GBV or child marriage, and using that sample data with the census data, you can compute it and do analysis to connect with a small area population-based kind of data that can do the small area estimation process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a, okay. So with all the explanation and everything we've just discussed, I'm just thinking that probably this area of data collection should really be a priority. I think this morning or yesterday, when we were having our discussions, one of the questions I'm not sure, I believe Eric was asking is, how do you know pregnancy has reduced? So normally we would say that, okay, when we went to this community, maybe there were 5, but now there are 2. That's just an observation in the small area and all that. But I think it will really be important, you know, to really, we can say that pregnancies are really routine. But as it stands now, it's like we don't have, like, in code to build data to really measure against, to really say that this is reducing or it's not reducing. So is it possible to probably prioritize?
If you don't mind, because earlier I was saying,
when statistics was presented, they said they would present a report. And I think the people in asked who did that report. Remember? So now the need is coming out clearly on the report that needs to be produced to support partners and implementation of the program. So a need-based kind of data collection, analysis, and synthesis of existing data or complement of data would be perhaps relevant if we can. And that's not only the baseline for our data, but also support other focusing efforts like other partners for the next 5 years. And again, for us to be data in the area of maternal health, family planning, we have to practice exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Just want to add to what my focal person said. I want to say the data they collect is never the true reflection of what is on the ground, but it really supports us. For instance, at the 2020, when the data came out, it was regional breakdown of adolescent pregnancy at regional level. Then we saw that, yes, your region is at the 2nd position or the 3rd. Then you use that to start working on and what to do to come, maybe you try to come down from that, the top position to the down. And then when you come to the central region, they even collect data on who made the adolescent girl pregnant. We have data. So we know that, okay, teachers are also involved. Then what can we do when it comes to education? We talk about the Okada riders. What can we do? So they collect all this data and we think it's helping. But if we want to be saying it's not a true reflection, so maybe we can't focus too much on that area. Yeah, I would say it is helping. So we should just be doing it. No data is a true reflection of what is on the
Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask a statistical sense about the small area data. I don't know whether we want to link the interventions that we are rolling out to the data collection, whether we want to measure the impact or the effect of our interventions on that. If that is the case, then what are the confounding factors we will be controlling to ensure that of the truth, the change that we see can be attributed to the interventions that we are doing? Because that is the only way we can actually tell that we are making impact. Other than that, we'll be measuring so many things which happen by chance. So we need to actually understand the method we are going to use, and we can use that one to project, make some projections, and even use it to do our advocacy. So I just want to find out the methods that you're using for that, whether we'll be controlling all the factors we can imagine the results we want to see. And Auntie, I understand you, but my question was that if you want to use institutional data to plan, then it should be in context. It should be in context, that's all. We are not saying that don't use it, but as Eric was saying, it has limitations. And of a true is not a true reflection. You need to actually come to us
for us to capture you before. In this country, we don't have any community-based data collection or vital registration system. That looks at taking data, household data on pregnancies, especially for adolescents. So we can only rely on institutional data. But what we are saying is that when you are going to use it to plan, know the context in which you'll be using it to plan. And the research that the data that you spoke about, the central region data, it was a research that was done. It's not a routine data that we collect from lectures. It was a research that was done. And I encourage that we do such research. We do such research in our catchment areas, because when you do that, then you will know the specific issues which really occur in your region, and you can respond appropriately. So it was a research that was done. But for institutional data, you can always come and then we'll give it to you. It's not something that we prevent partners from getting access to.
Just before Dr. Jacob, you see, I think over the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we had a session for the media people, right? We report. One guy is just saying, oh, it does not reflect. What is the basis? What sample did you use to contradict the figures? Right? And at times we are behaving like, excuse me, journalists. You go to a small, I'm making reference to the workshop that we, sorry, I withdraw, quick. Because what came up during that workshop, which they also admitted, is that, for example, somebody goes to Makola, asks prices of things, then use it to generalize for the whole country. Now, the research that you are talking about, the issue is what is the sample size? The central region is big. The sample size the sampling may not even have been proportional to the size. I don't know even the frame that that sample was drawn from. At the end, they make conclusions and make it seem as if it is all central region. So when we are reading research and data and those, we need to understand, Mr. Osei said, the metadata, the samplings that were used, the methodology, to be able to run with it and make conclusive statements. I think Dr. Che would talk more about that.
Thank you. I know it's been said, but I think we cannot overemphasize the importance of knowing where the data you are looking at comes from. How was it collected? Who was involved? How did you find those people? Because they can all be legitimate statistics in different ways, but if you don't contextualize it, you won't be able to understand. So that being said, with regards to finding out about impact, unfortunately, that is a very expensive data collection exercise. You have to do like a randomized control, and I don't think that there's funds for that. But you can generally look at trends, so you can have a baseline and an end line and say that maybe things are improving. You cannot fully say, oh, it's due to this intervention, but at least you can see. And one of the activities why GSS is partnering with RIPS. So if there are students in our PhD program that are interested in an area that an IP is working in and want some data, then they can go and do that data collection for you. Their findings can inform what you are doing, and maybe the next day another person also wants to come and do it. So that's the idea of doing that. It won't be research to find the impact and say the change was this extra because we don't have that.
Thank you very much. So I just want to give a brief background to who makes the adolescent pregnant. In fact, that was as a result of partnership when we were implementing the CP7. What happened was that in 2016, we realized that we needed to target men and boys. So my office, together with the Ghana Health Service, the then regional director, we decided that we were going to collect some institutional data to have an idea about what categories of adolescents come to the facility,
whether they are married or they are cohabiting, whether they are the age group, and then the men who are impregnating them, their career categories and all that, so that we can effectively target for our implementation. So this data was collected from middle of 2016 for an extended period. Then in 2020, we decided that we were going to bring that data into a research work. And that is when UCC took the data and analyzed it into a research work. So it's an institutional data that was collected for us at the health facilities. As you said, no data is reflective of what is actually going on. Because when you look at that data, you realize that it's even lower than the number of adolescents who went to the facility, because some were not ready to disclose the kind of men who impregnated them. Some didn't even know at all. And so it all gives us an idea as to what is driving the pregnancy. So it's an institutional data we actually collected. And then later on in 2020, UCC, we got UCC to analyze it. So that is it. It's contextual. We wanted to know what was happening in the central region. And it's district by district basis. So sometimes when you take the data in APAM, you realize that the category of men was different. When you come to Cape Coast, it was different. When you go to GIASO,
Please, any other comments? Any other comments before we wrap up? The issue of teenage pregnancy and what the Ghana Health Service presented, I'm sure many of us used it for advocacy purposes. And I think in terms of its validity and reliability, that's some of the tests you give to data that you have. If you look at the DHS data, you realize that I think it's about 93 or so, at least over 90% of people who get pregnant at least receive antenatal, go for antenatal. So you get a picture that at least 9 out of 10 women who get pregnant go to the hospital. And therefore, in terms of relying on such figures, you are most likely to capture a lot or majority of the people who have those cases. And maybe the error margin may be much, but you should interpret it with caution because it's that kind of, but this has, and I think from the same DHS too, you realize that I think about 90, I've forgotten the exact figure, close to 90% of women, including young girls who get pregnant, receive care from a skilled attendant, either a health worker, midwife, nurse, etc., etc. So when I'm evaluating such kind of data, I put some element of hope in those kinds of information because the institutional data is close to the household-based data, which is collected from these houses. So that would be my comment. I'm still waiting if there's
yes. No, it's okay.
I'll just wait.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
I think
you want to answer.
I think Eric was saying that as you look at some of these national surveys that we conduct, like the DHS and all those, it's been done over years, from 1988 up to the last one in 2014. So like he's talking about assistance when the delivery and all those you could see that for the years that all these data the numbers are going. I just wanted to buttress what you say. It tells you a story. Eventually, I mean, finally has an impact on the national programs that we are doing. So it gives you some kind of assurance, thank you, assurance or some kind of joy and some kind of hope that yes, the interventions we are doing are really actually, if we have had enough funds to go to the districts and to do it, because it is little from the various districts that we take, that we aggregate at the national level. So whatever we are doing there is actually giving us some kind of satisfaction. So let's keep on, and I believe that as we have embarked upon this administrative data, and then we combine it with the national population-based data, and then this small area estimation, then we can then go in and say that yes, indeed, these are the things that are going on, and therefore we need to continue and then make sure that we have good programs for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Our hashtag in UNFPA is for the good of Ghana. So I like the way you ended it, for the good of the country. So on that note, I would like to call Goro to come forward and outline the next steps in finalizing our work plans. But I think you all deserve a round of applause because the conversations have been engaging. And I like the interaction because it makes everyone appreciate how much data is relevant and how it informs our implementation, our planning, every component of our programs. So, Guru, please tell us what to expect and how we can cooperate with each other to go forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Whatever as a beginning, definitely as an end. We've been here since Tuesday. We started on Wednesday. We're ending today. So following the work we have done so far, we have come up with some 2 steps we call next steps. May I have your attention? Next steps. Of work plans by Monday. We expect that we continue to work as a team, continue to work with the focal points so that over the weekends, you may sometimes just look again and again. Then Monday, we expect you to discuss the draft work plans with the head of offices to inform them when UNFPA took us to Takoradi, this is the product. That is the result from this meeting. Inform them, and whatever inputs they make, we take note, discuss with the focal point. And on that same Monday, your discussion with the focal point will give you more ideas on how to organize your work plan. So we're expecting that Monday will be a very busy day, and by close of Monday, we share the draft final or the final draft from your end with your focal points. Then from Tuesday to Wednesday, the focal points will make time to work on it further. We have put in place assurance activities in the office, quality assurance. So the work plans will go through quality assurance. And in that process, your focal point will still be in touch with you. Then we expect that by Friday, the quality assurance processes will have been done. And then the work plans will have been ready by Friday. And before we leave today, we are working to share with you letters to inform you of your agency being selected as an IP for the next country program. I thought you would have clapped, but you don't understand. Let me come again. We are preparing a letter to congratulate you on your selection as an IP for the next country.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. No, when there is good news, there are responsibilities. We also share with you a form called IP agreement form that you are required to complete. And you do that with your bosses. Let them know and let them be part because they have to sign. In that form, those who are not familiar, there will be a space to nominate authorized officials to sign the phase form and the work plan. So when you receive the form and have any challenges, please contact your IP focal point. We expect to get this IP agreement form signed, sent to UNFPA, will sign, and get you a copy of the fully signed form. You will need this original document on file. Anytime, any team visit, either on spot check, either audit, that's the first document they will ask. So if you don't have IP agreement, you can't sign a work plan with UNFPA. So the first thing they'll ask will be the IP agreement form, original copy. The next one will be work plan, original copy. If you don't have original copy, if you have a version with only your signature, it's not complete. So insist that you have that copy. So will it be fair if we say we expect to receive the IP agreement by Tuesday? Would that be okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Next week,
By Friday.
So today is Friday. Next Friday is fine because we expect to finalize the work plan by Friday. IP focal points will capture the work plan in GPS, then produce the work plan that you can sign. We are working towards next week, Friday, 23rd. Am I right? So please, let's cooperate to get this roadmap done successfully. Is there something else there? I'm asking my colleague whether I've left out something. I thought I was holding a tall list, but I have talked across and the list is exhausted.
Hey, bro.
Okay, that one is for CSOs. So, if you remember in my presentation this morning, I made mention of the steps required before you sign a work plan. The first one, who can remind us, the first step you need to do before you sign, you have to sign work plan with UNFPA. Hello? I thought my presentation was well done and you all understood it. I mentioned 2 steps that you need to do before you can sign a work plan with UNFPA. The first one I said something assessment. And the second one I said IP agreement.
Micro assessment.
Hey. You know, when you are going to answer objective questions, they put the one that is very easy first, and that will mislead you. Because I said assessment, micro assessment came first.
Yes.
C, thank you very much. C. What is the meaning of C? What meaning of C? Sexual exploitation and abuse. So that assessment is supposed to be done by CSOs. We know for the existing CSOs, we have done the assessment with you. We'll check the period validity. For new CSOs coming on board, that has to be done first. That's the first step before you sign the IP agreement and then before you go ahead to sign the work plan. Okay, so now you will not forget assessment. C. C is sexual exploitation and abuse. Thank you. Okay. I'm asking whether these are the next, but you know, to every hard work, there is a place of relief, place of distressing, dancing, and socializing and networking. This evening, please, we'll be sitting in this room for some days now. Won't go out there and enjoy ourselves. This evening, there will be socialization, there will be networking, and there will be sightseeing. And within that, sightseeing, within the hotel and outside the hotel, then you can go out for sightseeing. Yes, and very soon you'll all be empowered to go out. And then there will be a cocktail for people to come in their dancing shoes, to relax, to socialize, so that we'll take off this stress before we go back to our homes. We don't want to go with stress. Please, come out to distress. Come out to relieve yourself. Come out to refresh. When you come, talk to one person or the other. Socialize and network. Time, 7 p.m. The group picture. Wow. Group picture. Okay. There is a request for a group picture. Okay, I'll just be informed that our PC buses will be ready tomorrow by 7 a.m. and that breakfast will be ready from 6:30. And so by 8:30, we should be ready to board the bus. If you can take off at 8:30, it will be good for us because the journey is far. So let's wake up early. Those who want to do some jogging or some walking, we will reduce the period tomorrow morning. Quickly pack, come down to the breakfast. After your breakfast, you go and check out and then get your bag onto the bus. Please, let's all come out early so that we can leave early. The journey is long. When we get to Accra on Saturday, we still have some things to do. All right, please, buses will leave at 8:30. 8:30. Thank you. Okay, we'll have the copy at the restaurant area. So the picture before we go up with I'm done.
Guru wants to be appreciated. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Guru. I'll just Okay. But I think you all really deserve a round of applause yourselves. So thank you so much. Please clap for yourselves. You deserve that. I wanted the privilege of having our representative give his closing remarks, but unfortunately, he's asked that. Unfortunately, I've been assigned to do that on his behalf, so I'm honored. But it's a very brief one. He comes from Uganda, so he would have said Asante Sana. So Asante Sana to you all for all that you've done throughout the year, and particularly CP7. We know it hasn't been the easiest, but you've been unflinching in your support and your collaboration, and we appreciate immensely all that you've done. So we want to appreciate again all that you are doing, and we want to ask that you keep the communication going. It helps a lot. because without that, we will not be able to relay the changes that will be coming to and fro. And we also want to hear from you. So it's not just a matter of we are giving guidance, but we want to keep that flow going. So don't hesitate, no matter how straight-faced we may look. Please know that our doors are open, our phones are on charge, waiting to hear from you. And also to remind you that, yes, we are doing it for the good of Ghana, but if we have in mind the target, the people we are serving, the adolescent girl, that 10-year-old young lady, or the child who is being given out into marriage, or the woman who is suffering from fistula, or that adolescent who needs family planning but can't access that, or that young woman or woman who is being abused and meant to have been abused, so anyone who is being abused, keep that in mind so that when you are getting tired of working and Brian will say, sending kind regards emails, just remember that you are serving somebody, and that alone should encourage you to do more. So please remember, service to mankind is service to God. So no matter how challenging it is and the DSA is really terrible, please keep the focus and let's work together. So on that note, a hearty appreciation from UNFPA. And then also one of the things that Guru wanted us to discuss, but really if you can consider, there are some of us who are leaving by flight tomorrow. If we leave here by 8:30, they might miss their flight. So we will crave your indulgence. If we can leave by 7:30, can we? Yeah. Let's be generous. We can even give ourselves 7, and then allowances for those who still have to do some things before coming onto the bus. So let's say 7 o'clock with the aim of leaving through that gate 7:30 so that they can catch their flights. Please. We would arrange if it's possible to have packed breakfast as is being proposed. But please try so that we can leave here on time. And I'm sure some people have funerals and weddings and whatnot to go to. Then finally, we will be having our group photograph in front. So when you exit the reception, there's an area in the courtyard. We can quickly take a photograph to remember this beautiful conversation and engagement. We began with God, we began with Allah, and we would like to end with that. This morning, we had Go pray for us, so I'll ask our other reverend in the house, Reverend Eric Okra. He didn't know I was going to call him, but he got up anyway.
Okay, thank you. Please, just after the prayer, we'll go and take the picture. I hear some of you haven't seen the park. So those who haven't signed for the guys here, you see people going out and coming in. That's exactly what they are doing. So those who haven't seen him will have to come back and sign for your temple. Can we bow down our heads for a short prayer? Our Father, Mother God, we want to bless and we thank you for a wonderful opportunity that has brought UNFPA and its partners together. We thank you for the days that we spent here. We thank you that even whilst here, none of us had an accident or run into any trouble. It's by your grace. There are people who go to such meetings and not all of them are able to go back in home. We thank you for the discussions that have went on, the work plans. Our prayer is that as we go and do the next steps, you yourself will provide us with the wisdom, the knowledge, the will, and the zeal to be able to finalize these things in good time. Most especially want to pray as we put this and implement to improve the lives of people. Next year, by this time when we meet, I know that we'll have wonderful stories to tell about the impact of our work, because we know that our reward is not only here, but one day we shall be honored in the presence of all people based on the work that we do. We commit tomorrow into your hands and even today, those who will travel. We pray for traveling mercies. Lord, you yourself will lead us into our destinations. And when we get there, the glory shall be us. This is the only others we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. So please, let's take the picture, and those who are going to receive the will come after.
Go back.